Okay. The fifth, sixth. Yeah. Finished up our harvest. Yes. Off we go. Just chopping away here. Yep. Oh, good. Hello, Jody. Ah, you're on Alma, Missouri. Fantastic. I think I played a little bit of that multiplayer server. It's a good map. What are you starting off with? Harvesting, planting, are you? What crop are you doing? Where my tractor's going. That's the tractor. It is running. Good. Turn it on. So are you doing harvesting? Thought I would ask. See what you're starting off with. There goes the train. I decided to start the live stream a little earlier too. I'm hoping to get this entire field done. I've got one other field I need to harvest, which will be in a little bit here. And how's your weather, by the way? Kind of curious on that one. We've just kind of hit summer. Well, we're still technically in spring. The weather is like summer, but it feels like. So, kind of interesting. Kind of warm. Making it to the end here. I have to find out what animals I have too, because I think I have a few. I think I have some chickens, which I probably will end up feeding, I suppose, with this stuff that I've got. Turn it around. So that was a sweep. There we go. Am I going to make it to the under end? I don't know. Trying to figure out what to do on. Oh. Well, what did you do before on the map? Or on the other map? Curiosity. what sort of animals did you do? Remember, you got different types of cows too, by the way. As an example, water buffalo. That makes an entirely different type of cheese. You could try that out. And then you've got goats. They make milk. Goat's milk. Well, I usually just start with whatever is available to harvest right away. So as an example, on this map, I just started this map, I've got wheat. So I started doing the wheat harvest. I have also started some maps with just logging. Oh, back up a bit. I have done that. Whoops. Really got backed up. Get my truck in here. Generally with a logging setup, I end up having to sell a lot of equipment because most of it is expensive. So that's another thing you can do. Once you figure out what you're going to start off with, you can sell off what you don't need. So that's common. Close this window down, it's covering my chat a little bit. Want to get good at the game like everybody else. I get frustrated sometimes. So, well, I start off simple always. So just determine what I want to do. And if I have the equipment to do what I want to do, then I keep it. If I don't, then I just sell it. And I buy the equipment that I can. I'm full here. So a lot of people do that. Some people take out loans, which gives you more money, so you can sell equipment and take out a loan. But remember, you have to pay that back. I don't usually take out a loan. The weather in Canada is very sunny today. It's a bit warm. We are in the, I guess it feels like summer already. Maybe I should empty the truck. Go all the way around first. But yeah, it's warm. I think we're at like in 25 degrees Celsius ish. Probably a little cooler now because it's cooling, but and it has been sunny. We're going to start climbing up to 30. Yep, no problem. So yeah, just plan out what you want to do, and take out a loan. That works as well. Being cloudy, there's been some storms coming tomorrow where I live in. Is it cold Or is it warm? This is a lot of weight. Truck can't drive it very quickly. I have a good feeling that I'm probably going to end up buying a auger wagon that's a bit smaller. Here. As for your storms, hopefully it's not going to be too crazy. Usually I look for maps that don't have a lot of complexity to them. In some cases. And like this one as an example, I know that it doesn't look awesome or anything to most people, but it's a very simple map. It has a lot of large fields, and everything is in one area. So that's one thing that I usually look for. I like logging maps sometimes too. Like those. "70 degrees in Georgia." Oh wow. In the United States. Starting to get a little. So those are the, yeah, with maps, that's what I usually look for. And I usually play maps that I've played before. I've been with that. Tornadoes. Yes, we do get tornadoes. Alberta gets tornadoes. Ontario gets tornadoes. Where I live in British Columbia, it's not as common. But we have had some dust devils or microbursts. And then there is water spouts on the water, which basically is a tornado in water. So which is kind of interesting because it sends water up in the air instead of dust. Forward. Oop. But Ontario is known to get a lot of tornadoes from time to time. I think I have to leave the truck on. But I don't think Canada gets as many tornadoes as the United States, though. Probably gonna have to spin around. Oh my god, this is a lot of weight. My trucks don't like driving on this. This is going to be very tight. Yeah, it's pretty tight, isn't it? unload now. It's unloading. There we go. Yeah, probably. I was almost thinking of making this map playable. But I have to clear out all of the... I made a mistake when I set this up. What was I going to say? I put too many of the mods in from my PV Rivers into this. I have to clean out my mods. Got way too many in. Okay, someone told me I have to hit O1. Build. Pull. Check forward. Empty. So yeah, I'll have to see if I can get this one. I have to empty out the mods. To do that probably tomorrow or something. Trying to... Oops. How do I shift again? I emptied some of the containers. Oh, there we go. It's not lined up right. Oh, yeah. A good logging map. I actually don't know, to tell you the truth. Not in 25. Because I've been just on PV Rivers. But a good logging map would be something that is like, here. This thing is not emptying very well. Oh, there we go. Thing is compartmentalized. That one. There we go. So this holds about 2 of these trucks. That there. I'll turn off the engine on that. Okay. Let's go empty. Oh, well, that sounds all right. Yeah, I'm gonna clear out the mods. At first I thought I had the mods all cleared out, but apparently I didn't. And it loaded all of the mods from PV Rivers. It's like, oh. That's not gonna do very well. This one is friendly to console, by the way. So people on console will be able to play one. I looked that up the other day. It's like, oh, well, can people on console play this? I suspected it would, but I wasn't sure. Sure enough, yep. So people can play on. Alright, so I'll have to sort that out. Once I get it sorted out, you'll be able to join when I go live and when I get it all set up. Oh crap. That did not go very well. Forward. Nope, this is not working out very well. Didn't go wide enough. Go forward. The tree's in the way, I think. I think I can still do this. This is a lot of weight. Empty that out. Or how I switch. Try again. Probably, do I have to G? No, I have to hit O. Is it O? Or U? Oh wait, it's U. Alright, that's empty. And I can pull ahead and do the other trailer. Okay. Empty that. Is that gonna empty? Empty. Did you get your PC yet, by the way? Or are you still waiting on that? I think you said you were going to get a PC. Or did you get your PC? I gotta hit U again. Empty that out. Okay. There we go. We're empty. What the heck is that? Oh, it's a... I'm not sure if I can interact with it. Nope, I can't. Head back to the field. I'm gonna try to get this a little closer for unloading. I have it on the other side of the field, I guess. Trying to find somebody to play with. Nobody wants to play with you. Oh. Yeah, that's not fun, that's for sure. Still waiting on it. Well, I'm gonna try to get this set up for multiplayer. probably join at some point. But there's a lot of different communities too that have like multiplayer servers. Some of them are what do you call it? Park this right here. Some are PC, and then there are some that are console. So they are out there. You'll find some Facebook communities sometimes. And, before I was a live streamer, I was a part of some groups in multiplayer at one point. So it's definitely different. Also, if you go on to the on it, and if you don't want to join communities, another thing you can do, and I did this as well, is I joined random multiplayer servers in the multiplayer section of the game. That's like when I just started playing Farm Sim, like 19. I just would randomly join, and it was kind of interesting. Because there are some that aren't password protected. You just have to read the description and stuff like that. Usually they'll put stuff in information in the description. That way you can kind of understand what kind of community it is. Stuff like that. I think in 19, the first time I joined, there was like this one map where they had like a big giant cornfield, and they had like about 20 players on the map, and they were doing a corn harvest and silage harvest. It was interesting. Because I didn't know how to play Farm Sim at the time, and so I got in, and I said to the people, I just randomly joined. And they said, "Oh, well, welcome. Do you know how to play?" And it's like, "No." Can you put me into something that was easy? So they made me a truck driver. And they said, "Oh, just jump into this truck and just follow those other trucks, and then just read the conversation in the chat." It's like, "Oh, okay." So that's one way of doing it as well. So server hopping is kind of fun because you get to see all sorts of weird maps and weird ways of playing and stuff like that. Can't remember what the map was. That was the base game map for Farm Simulator 19. Remember the name of it. It was so long. But they chopped every tree down, sold every building, and they literally made it one big giant cornfield. That's kind of... So go figure. Here. So that was my early days of Farm Sim. Just kind of neat. Hello, Jess. Welcome in. How are you today? I'm on the Western Australia map. Jess also has multiplayer server as well. For the 3Js, I should say. They live stream. So they also have the ability to do that. I think you guys still have like a, you have a cross-platform server still running, right? Oh, doing very well. I decided to jump map. How are you doing? Oh, good. That's good to hear. All right, how's the weather, by the way? Is it hot up there? Where you're at? It's pretty warm, getting pretty warm down here in the valley. Ever hardly play on it? Oh. You started a new map today? Which one did you start? I gave in and turned on the AC. I haven't gone to putting the AC on yet. I'm getting really close, but we have had it windy down here, so I'm living on the wind. But if it stops getting windy here and it gets hotter, then it's gonna be AC for me as well. Rolling Meadow with the experience progression system mod. Oh. How does the, never heard of the experience progression system mod. How does that work? Had some wind yesterday, but not today. You might get some wind tomorrow. So windy today here. Maybe overnight you might get wind. Oh. So do you have to level up, and does it like unlock equipment or something? Or how does it work? There's like 5 tiers, and you have to get so much XP to unlock the next one. And you earn that by doing anything farming related. Oh, okay. I kind of like that. It kind of reminds me of like a survivor game or whatnot, where you start off just doing the bare minimum and then level up. Does it make it, is it a bit of a mystery too? Or do they spoil it for you of letting you know what you unlock? $120 horsepower, 300 horsepower, harvesters, no helpers, no loans, and max size of 2. I guess that's acres for fields. Oh. No, that sounds like an interesting system. Have to slow down here. A little bit full. Go back up a bit. Hectares. Oh. 160, 400, 5 hectares, so on. No, I could see that as a fun option. I think I might even want to try that out. Can you put it on any map, or is it just limited to the one map that you're on? Try that on at least a map of play. Try it out. To a Hector Fields, like No Man's Land. Oh, the field sizes. Do they give you a recommendation of maps in the description of which ones would meet that criteria? I guess, can you make your own fields? That's probably a good question. Drive ahead. Because if you make your own field, you probably decide the size and make that a little easier for you. Oops, I turned my combine. Not mean to do that. Okay, let me just turn it here. Back up. Turn that on. And go. They don't. Oh yeah. Any map. Let's see. No, they don't. Just a lot of searching to find one. So it's plot sizes, like the No Man's Land, and not the fields on the plot of land. So one small field on a big bit of plot of land still can't be done. Oh, okay. So you got the map and click buy field, and it's bigger than 2 acres. Then you can buy it. Okay. Do they have a Discord? I'd probably go to the Discord page just to get a list of maps, I think. Just to speed up the search a little bit. But that sounds like a good system. Does it support multiplayer as well? Not sure about the Discord. Be handy if they had a Discord, because then you could just jump in and ask. Seems harder than what it is easy to get the XP. So when you get the XP, is it like I think based on finishing tasks? Or as an example, right now I'm running my combine. Would I be accumulating XP right now as I'm combining? Or is it not until I finish a task? Not sure about the multiplayer. Yeah, multiplayer might be a little bit more challenging. Because, especially if you have more than one person to look after, right? So that may be a little bit too complex. My lights are going. Go back up a bit here. that on and go. Turn the lights on. Oh, I was gaining XP, so anything you do that's farming related, even mowing and baling. Okay, so then that answers my question. So yes, that if I'm combining right now, I would be gaining XP. Yep, that's just like a survival game. Probably a lot more fun though. With any survival game, you're running around hitting F on the keyboard to pick up stones and chop down, I don't know, grass. Just to get your initial XP. Yeah. They got a lot of interesting mods for 25. That one is a very interesting one. He should try. Has he started playing it or trying it? Whoops. Back up. Go forward. A lot of the new mods I see. Yeah, there's a lot of realistic mods. And I don't know. I think the mods are way more, I'm going to say more complicated. Probably not, meaning like more elaborate. Maybe elaborate is a better word. Compared to like previous games. So, I guess our modding community is like really stoked. Really pushing the limits of the game, which is great. I think it's good. That way people can play the game in different ways. And they don't have to be limited to, you know, just what the game provides. Gotta back up here. This. To start my engine. Truck over here. Probably can pull this in. It's out. Get out. There we go. There. Alright, let's go get this build. Yeah. Not if you don't. Yeah. The more that they make things easier, the better. I agree with you 100% on that one. Yep. And then tell me a bit about the map. Is it a forestry map? Is it why is this not emptying? Oh, it's empty out already. I'm used to larger I close. Yep. Then turn on the combine. And off we go. Fast. Alright. Juan and I have been playing on Submerged Sanctuary. That's been a good challenge. Submerged Sanctuary. Are you like underwater? That one. Rolling meadows, it is sorta man's land. You plow your own fields. For sell point. Is it wide open? I should probably look at that. I think I might enjoy that too. I enjoyed No Man's Land in 22 and 15, so. Maybe it might even be easier for me to put a train on. Yeah, I am way behind on my farming simulator news. Like, way behind. I don't keep up on stuff as much as I used to. River that easy to work around. Okay. I'm gonna have to look at that one because I like wide open maps as well. I find them enjoyable, especially if it's like a blank slate. So you get fields and sell point. Once the water gets lower, it's pretty expensive to actually do it. So oh, oops. Back up a little bit. To hit my H button. Oh. Like that. Had enough 2-acre field sizes to get me started, and then work up to more 6 years of lowering the water. Get the whole map. Oh. And you need the water, right? Yes. Fields. Oh, so is it like a water table? Is that what it is? Because based on your one comment, you said you get more fields and sell points. And then the water slowly lowers. So, which in my mind would be that if you're growing more and you're using up more of the water resources, it lowers the water. Is that the premise of it? Whatnot, but you don't. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that makes sense. So that means you need to manage your water resources then. So if you use up too much of your water, would your field stop growing? Kind of. Oh, okay. So does it affect the greenhouse then? Like if you're not pumping out as much water? So is it just related to like the greenhouses or the factories? I have to watch you guys play it, I guess. Feed emotion. Yeah, that's a game mechanic and a half right there too. Definitely different. I guess there's a huge demand for different gameplay styles. When people think about trying to create mods and stuff like that. Because I don't think there was, I don't think that was available in 22 or 19. Never heard of anything like that before. Oh, did I make it to the end? Oh, darn. Did, but I killed my plant. Back up. Here and pick up our truck. Turn on the light. Go. I'm definitely going to buy an auger wagon, I think. Once I get a little bit more money. I might be able to buy one. 113,000 maybe. It's just lowered by a pump that you need money to use. The field greenhouse, etc. work as normal. Okay. So it doesn't have any impact in the game. By the sounds of it. Or very minimal impact. I would think anyway. I think I'm going to empty this truck out. Over here. Open. Spin and out. Come on. Go, 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 go. A lot of weight. Only not having access to more sell points than fields until the water is lowered. Okay. So sell points in fields. So map restriction. Drive forward. Sure if it's gonna pump out on its own. Probably stepping it into the truck. Oh, the engine went off. That one's spitting out. There's a bit of a delay on the auger. Well, you definitely have a good selection of interesting mechanics. Try out. Happy to see. We keep on seeing new interesting stuff added to Farm Sim. Oh, I gotta go back into this thing. Is it gonna empty out? I don't get bored of the game. I took a few months off from it. Yeah, it's good to take a bit of a break. I usually like to take breaks from time to time too. Turn this truck off. Oops. Actually, I probably should have shut the other truck off. Can I flip this down? And I don't think we'll be seeing another DLC till after summer, right? Have anything work before summer? Sure. Just gonna park right here. I don't, because I think they're doing a map and a DLC, I think. Or a map DLC. Okay. Map forward. Spit this out and we'll spin around. Forward. Behind in DLC news. Yeah, I'm a bit behind as well. I just remember that bits and pieces of when they made an announcement back in January. I like the new slurry tankers in the last DLC. I put one of them on the EV Rivers map. No, no, fairly large size, I guess. So it's just as almost, I think the one that I put on there was the largest, which is close to the cost area. Which is good because I like the one truck idea because it's like, what do you call it? Makes it easier for turning and backing up. Back up here. I don't want to drive into that. That's wrong. Okay. There we go. Be back in a bit. Juan needs a map for his trucking video that he needs to edit tonight. Okay. Tell him I said hello. Alright, we're gonna cut through all of this wheat here. Oh, that's interesting. It stopped right here. You know what? I'm gonna back that bit. Get the rest of this cut down. Because there's no point in coming back here if I don't have to. Cut through this. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff out there, I have to say, for farm sim. Pick up my header and go down this road. I got animals on this farm too, I think. I think I'm given a few. There's bees as well. So I'm gonna have to sort that out too, probably after I finish what I'm doing here. And I think I got at least one more field to do. We'll look at that. We've gotten quite a bit done in about an hour. Well, mind you, I did do some, what was it? I think I did some of the work, what was it, last live stream. Here. I also have a soybean crop somewhere. Well, what else? Yeah, about halfway down. I think I have to do this field here. Have soybean. And what is this? Canola? Oh, canola. I don't know when the canola will be ready. Oh, and I own field 5? What the heck is field 5? Oh, that's like crap. A lot. I own 5. That's a lot of stuff. That's gonna keep me busy for a while. So that should get me going quite well because I'm gonna sell most of it or all of it. This map is not really production. Not really a production. So So it's just intended to just do harvesting, really, which is great. So you can make a lot of money on this. Right, okay, I guess. I did not realize I had field 5. So I thought I just had the top 3, because I don't think in 22 I had field 5. FS25, or FS22, I mean. Here. Now let's go ahead forward and we'll just chop through all of this. Get it all sort of cleared out. I got like one more field of wheat, I think. Yeah, field 3 I have to do, which is a little bit smaller. I don't know what's going on here, what that is. That's like corn. A small cornfield over there. I don't own that though. Go forward. Let's go ahead and get all this out. I'm at 94%, and I'm going to have to empty out. Some of this equipment I think I'm going to end up selling. But usually when I start a map, I always start with the equipment that I have. And eventually I go ahead and sell, like, I'm just gonna starting to get dark on the map. So normally I would, like, I don't know, fast forward to the next day, but I just don't want my crops to die on me. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Pull ahead. Is that gonna get unloaded? Probably not. I'm gonna have to turn around. Then around this way. I'll probably upgrade the truck, maybe. I think I have like a lower horsepower truck, both of them. I don't like driving on the fields. Oh, it's already empty. Doesn't take very much to fill, I guess. I'm gonna take me time to get used to that. That's the fourth time I've made that mistake. over exaggerating into myself the size of the hopper on this thing. Okay. Go ahead and cut this out. I also got straw harvest enabled on it, I believe. Could be good. Alright, off we go. So I saw something interesting on our social media of our city. We got harbor seals that come up the Fraser River. So someone caught a small video of that inside what's called the Hope Slough. A slough is kind of like a smaller river. For the most part, usually it's used for agricultural purposes to take care of runoff and prevent flooding, and also to provide water to the fields and stuff like that. But yeah, anyways, harbor seal made its way up now. It's not to say that they don't come up the Fraser River. It's just that we don't see them very often, at least where I am. Normally what they do is they follow the salmon run up the river to the Harrison Mills, which is basically a big giant lake. So usually that's where they end up. And they have been known to be seen in Harrison and around the Harrison Mills area, which is on the north side of the Chilliwack, or sorry, the Fraser River. And then the other place that they usually live is, of course, well, closer to Vancouver, right? In the harbor, because that's where the ocean is. Or on Victoria Island and stuff like that. I think the seals are relatively safe. I don't think there's any natural predators for them in the river system. Because usually what hunts them is probably, well, orcas. I suppose bears would hunt them, but we don't have polar bears. We do have brown bears, though. But they'd have to catch a sea lion, you know, by surprise. Maybe on the beach or something to get them. And perhaps maybe, I don't know, coyotes and maybe cougars. Now, cougar does swim. They have been known to swim like long distances in the ocean water, so maybe, but I don't know. don't think they would be very good at catching a seal once it's in the water. Like I said, another situation where they'd have to catch the seal by surprise. So I don't think seals in the west coast of British Columbia have any real major predators to worry about. And then in the ocean, like I said, it's the orcas, the killer whales. They're the ones that really probably keep their population in check. So. But anyways, it was interesting seeing a seal there. There's a lot of things that they can eat. There's a lot of crayfish, especially in the Cook's Blue area. So they don't necessarily have to eat fish. They can go after other organisms too, like crayfish. Head to the end here. Yeah. Alright, and off we go. So I thought that was pretty cool. Enjoyed that. What else? We do get I've been getting the birds are very active lately as well. So, you know, in an interesting way. I have like a little chickadee. I think it's a chickadee. And it just goes right up to my my vehicle mirror and just lands on the mirror. I don't know if it lands there all the time because it sees itself, or there's also a little stuffed animal, maybe friends with the stuffed animal. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Funny. Usually happens in the morning. And there's also a Canadian goose that seems to fly around a lot on its own in the neighborhood. And we've seen a family of ducks land on our lawn. So it's different and interesting because well, normally they would go to like a pond or a different location, right? That has like more stuff available for them. So overall, it's interesting. Animals are very weird this year, I guess. And found a lot of a huge family of raccoons too. So I don't know. This year just seems to be more abundance of wildlife in urban areas for some reason. They've already seen a mountain lion up at Cultus Lake reported, so I don't know. There just seems to be a lot more. The animals are saying, "Hello, we're here," I think, which is not normal. Why they do that, I have no clue. But it's definitely not a normal behavior to see that much animals in such a short period of time, I guess. There was a humpback whale in the, I think that was seen in Vancouver as well. It was saying hello to some sailboats. Unfortunately, someone broke the law. They were on a jet ski, and the jet skier was going in one direction. I'm pretty sure the jet skier saw the whale, and then he, I don't know, went a fair distance, then turned around. But anyways, he was going at a fast speed, which you're not supposed to do. You're not even supposed to approach humpback whales or any marine life, actually, for that matter. I mean, there will be times where marine life will come up to you and you got no choice. You can just count your blessings, right? But if you can see a humpback whale, or you can see any marine life, especially orcas, you're supposed to just sort of keep your distance, right? Try to stay away from them if you have to go somewhere on the water, or reduce your speed. Definitely reduce your speed if you have to get somewhat close, because maybe the animal's like in your path or something. But anyways, this guy was on a jet ski, and you know, most people with jet skis, they like to show off, like to have fun, and you know, drive it, operate the watercraft fast. I think everybody knows what I mean. So he's going at full throttle, and the humpback whale submerged. And he just kept on going, and then I don't know, he went a little bit of a distance and then did a loop to turn around and returned in the same direction to where the humpback whale was just staying stationary and going up. Now at the time, the humpback whale was submerged, okay? So I don't know if he saw it or not, but regardless, because of the humpback whale being in the area, he should have been reducing speed. So he was going at full throttle, and the humpback whale decided to surface in the exact same spot for air. And I think he went right over the animal, basically like over the chin of it or something. He got definitely some air, right? Like it lifted his craft up. It kind of like a ski jump, really, sort of what happened. Not very high or anything, but in anyways, he hit the animal is my point, okay? Now with jet skis, they don't have a prop that's usually going to hit the animal usually, okay? Because it's using jet propulsion for the most part. The prop is more or less inside, I think. So it's not so bad, I guess. But that's not the point. You're supposed to, you know, stop your watercraft if you see marine life in the area, okay? But anyways, he's going to probably get charged. He got hurt too, I think. Rating. But yeah, that's another example of wildlife that's just cropping up out of nowhere. Hello, Grumpy Gray Gaming. How are you today? Hopefully you're not too grumpy. I'm just talking about the animals that have just come out of nowhere the past week or so. So there's been a lot of animal activity where I live now. A little bit more friendlier. I guess they're approaching people more, I guess. It's just a little bit weird. We're not acting normally. So, like birds as an example. It's a lot more birds than normally, right? At least where I live, right? And then raccoons. And then the whales. Well, the whale, I don't live by the ocean, but I've seen it on. You're not grumpy? Okay, that's good. Wow, 3 a.m. Did you just wake up? Did you just wake up, or did you stay up? Did you stay up all night or something? Go forward, dude. You could probably be a person that maybe works for the early morning too. You have come across some people that work for the early morning. Get different people that come on. I got all sorts of people that from different parts. Where are you from, anyways? Sleep. But oh, okay, fair enough. For me, sleeping is kind of like all over the place. Sometimes I need very little sleep, like I've had moments like that, and then a lot of sleep. Just depends on how I'm feeling, I guess. Oh God, we're almost finished this wheat field. I just started on this map from. I've got 2 fields a week to do. Interestingly, I started doing my back and forth or up and down at the other end of the field, which was a good idea because I got my trailer over here. I need to make my way over to the other field shortly. But it's good to have you in here. Do you like the Western Australia map? I've always had a soft spot for this map. It's probably I don't know if it's my first like non-base game map that I've ever played. I think it was my first 16x. This is obviously 16x, but and I'm talking about Farming Simulator 9. Oh. That's when I first was introduced to Western Australia. This is the 2 base game size 2x, 2x2, I guess. Even by a 2x2 category, I still think it's a great. Granted, if a 4x version does come out of it, or a 16x version, and I switch from this to that, I'm definitely going to be like, wow, notice the size difference for sure. Oh darn. Still up here. Gonna put stuff over here. I'm going to buy an auger wagon when I move to my next field, so not sure which kind that I want to buy. Plus I gotta check what kind of tractor I have. I think I got a John Deere. I have maybe a case tractor or a Massey Ferguson. Didn't really give it much thought. I'll probably end up selling them at some point. Swapping it. Okay, let's go. Now you've been up till 3:50. It's almost 4. That happened to me during the winter. I still stay up pretty late. So. Except I think last night I went to bed at 2 a.m. I'm not really in the mood of doing I-beam tracker today. So I'm probably just going to do it this way. I'm using my mouse and keyboard too. Most of the time I'm usually like in cabin, the foot pedals, the steering column. But today I just want to chillax and enjoy the decor, I guess. So this field's going to be ending here, and then going to put the header onto the trailer, and we'll be going down the road with it. I'm going to try to buy an auger wagon though, a smaller one. I don't know if I have any mowing equipment. I just sort of just got into doing this. Usually when I start this map, I always know that I've got like fields that I got to get working on right away. I think I'm gonna go and try to get the edge of the field again. See if I can get that little bit. I don't know if I can. Okay. Here. Try to clean up the edge. How well I can do with that. Might end up putting a road along here. I think I did that once on one of my previous in FS25. Put a road like right along the edge here. I made this field smaller, but it's all good. I might even put an irrigation ditch in too. I got Terrafarm on here too. Headed this way. Alright, I'll close that up. But it's fantastic to be back on West Australia. I enjoy this map. I think I have to go the other way. I usually use a lot of headers that have the fold-up option. I'm gonna get honey. Yep. I turned off traffic on the map, by the way, too. Do not want traffic problems. And if I'm correct, I can lower it down. This. Yeah, it's on there. I'm gonna drive this down the road, by the way. I've got two trucks to empty. Go down here. Coffee could be a good idea. Coffee. I don't have any made though. See here. I'll go for another 30 minutes and then I'll probably take a quick break and get the coffee maker going. Call it a coffee break, I guess. I think this field right here is the one that I'll be working on. How? Have another road accident. It's very narrow. Probably. To do this. Back it up a little bit. It's kind of a tight area. Forward and back up a little bit. Forward and then back up, hook up the header and cut into the field. That'll do it. I own the soybean field too, so I can't go into the crop. I'm gonna do crop destruction if I do. Okay. On here. I'll get as far as I can and then see. I'll probably cut right up to here, then unload maybe. To figure out what my strategy would be. Hard to say what I know. It's a bit tight along there too, so that's another challenge that I've got to face, like especially along there. I don't have any truck access over there. So what I might do, and I go to the end and then come back the other way. Going to go to the corner and then come back this way. That should be a good idea. Yeah. Out. Mind you, I'm filling up pretty quick. But it shouldn't matter because I can fit a tractor or a truck on. At 42% full. So a little strategy, I guess. A little strategy. I'm still not at 50%. I'm at 49. Maybe I can do... Now I'm at 50. Maybe I can make it all the way to the road in the other direction. I'm gonna back up now. That. How well this goes. This will work out fantastic. As long as I'm close to that. Oh, back on. Back up. Okay. There's some overlapping, I guess, happening. Not sure why it won't head that way. Here's another one. Oh, I've only got a single headland. That's why. Go like this. And I guess. We'll see if we can make it to the road again. I thought I had set it to 2, but I guess not. Hello, Nick. Welcome in. How are you today? How's the weather? I'm on a new map, by the way. Started on what? This is an Australian map, Western Australian. It's on the Mod Hub too, everybody. By Farmer Bob. Here. I'm running out of space inside my hopper here. I don't think I'm gonna make it to the end. Yeah, I'm full now. I'm gonna go straight ahead on that. I'm just gonna park this here for now. And I need to go over here and get my trucks moved. It's been hot during the day and it's been cold at night. Oh, that's quite a fluctuation. We've been, I don't know, yesterday was hot. And then it cooled down at night and it was sort of warm and cool today. Because it was cool because we had, man, it's dark. Because, what was I going to say? Because it was windy a bit. So that kind of cool things down. The days are getting a lot longer. So the animals are out earlier too. I was talking about that earlier in the live stream. Like some very weird animal behavior. It's like animals are a little bit more friendlier to humans. That's not to say that they won't harm you. What I'm trying to say is that they seem to be, they don't really give a crap if you're a human being, I don't think. So, humpback whales. What else? Raccoon. Birds. Definite birds. A lot of weird bird activity. Or behaviors, I should say. What else? Oh, and seals. Seals, definitely. Seals. I don't know what to say on Twitter. Maybe they miss humans or something? Weird. Hey, honey. Cool. Let me get it all in there. Nope. I'll just move a little bit forward. There. Doesn't help because we need rain and a drought in Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's supposed to be a very drought-prone year. Our winter has been very much a drought where I live anyways. We got very little snow in the mountains. So, and our water sources require our reservoirs to be full. So they're a bit concerned about that. So we have large lakes, glacial lakes, that are fed by glaciers and ice. And they put big giant pumps into the lake. And that's how we get our water. So they're talking about putting in another pump system into the deeper part of the lake. So have to see how well that goes, I guess. Just in case we become more drought prone, I guess. They're concerned. Have to. We start add out. There we go. So we're already on like kind of a water ban. I think we'll be okay, but I've already experienced our first forest fire as well, which is up at Cultus Lake, which is kind of a weird place because we don't usually have forest fires up at Cultus Lake. There's a lot of weird stuff going on that's not usually normal. Behaviors, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Okay, I'm going to park this truck over here. And I don't think I'm going to use it for what I have been using. To get myself an auger wagon. This is not an auger wagon, the powered. Probably going to end up selling this because to get a Flegel. You guys know I like my Flegel. Go back here. We have 2 tractors. I'll probably take the John Deere, I guess, or the larger one. I'll probably buy. I'll probably take the Flegel down and sell it. Please need rain for 2 days. Yeah, we could probably use... Where did my truck go? I think we need a lot more than 2 days worth of rain for us. Also, we need it to land where in the proper place. It needs to be in the lake. Yep, just depends on how much rain you really need, right? But if it's bone dry, you might need more than 2 days. I know for us it's going to be more than 2 days. We're not like completely out of water or anything, but it's just lower than what is expected. But I'm not sure about Kilowat's water source because I'm technically in Kilowatt, so we might be fine because I'm not sure if we share the same water source as Vancouver. Vancouver's a very large city. It's a tri-city area, so there's actually 3 cities in one area, really. And I think they consume a heck of a lot more water than what Kilowatt. So I think they're probably in worse shape, probably. Yep, that's very true. Unless you talk about cloud seeding, which is actually a thing too. But how effective it is, I don't sure how, because there's still no guarantee. Even if you put chemicals in the air, there's no guarantee that you're going to get rain down. You're still at the whim of Mother Nature, whether it decides it wants to dump the water or not. To hit you. That out. We'll see. But Saudi Arabia uses the cloud seeding technology the most. It's part of their agricultural program, simply because they don't get a lot of rain, because it's, well, their desert region. And they talk about cloud seeding a lot. Basically put aircraft in the air, and they do put chemicals in there which stimulate cloud formation, stuff like that, in order to dump more water onto their, their desert. They also do salination. Okay. I know in North America, not many people talk about it. They'll say that, oh, it's not a thing, all of that. But if you research Saudi Arabia, they talk about it all the time. They don't hide anything. They'll even show you, look, this is what we load up. All of it. Just completely transparent. Over there. But I think most people do believe that it's a thing. I think what the problem is with cloud seeding is people have the misconception that they see every single vapor trail out of an airplane and they say, oh, look, they're cloud seeding, right? But I don't think that that's the case. I don't believe every aircraft that has a plume of stuff coming out of the end of it is actually that type of chemical. All right, let's go around. I think there's other countries that use the technology too, but I know Saudi Arabia is big on it. Everybody knows Saudi Arabia has a large purse string. They got a lot of money, right? So they dump money into research and development, especially agriculture. They gotta, because they probably put more R&D in agriculture than anything else. Okay, what am I gonna do with this truck? Drive this down. Well, on the farm, we are harvesting mainly. I've just started. Oops. Can't hit the stop sign. So I'm trying to get this truck over here. Doing a wheat harvest today. Oh dear. Driving very well now. I think I'm locked up on the stop sign. To back up a little bit. So that's the main focus for today. in our... I'm driving in the neighbor's field. But yeah, we're doing wheat harvest today. That's the main plan. But I do need to sell... I'm gonna sell my power tube. Or buy an auger wagon or something. I want to use a much smaller auger wagon. That way I can fill this truck a little bit. Down here. So I got my combine already set up. Good. Road. I'm gonna drive forward here. Probably killing some of my plants here. Fantastic. Lay this out. Then I gotta go down to the shop and buy an auger. New auger wagon. That we'll be using over here. And we'll be doing it with a tractor. I guess I can go ahead and take a look. See what sort of auger wagons we got available. I like to use the Demcos. This is what I already own. This thing. Amity. That's a pretty big one. Why? This here's another one. That's the biggest one. Maybe I'll buy the Haze. Haw variety. I might buy the Haw one, I think. That's that. And we'll hit buy. Ooh, that's a lot of money there. Okay, let's go get ourselves that purchase. So I need to go. I'm gonna drive a tractor down. I'll hook it up and then haul it down. All of the grain that I'm collecting is gonna get sold. Rev gen here. Revenue generated. Yes. Probably gonna take the power tube down too. The John Deere. Sorry, everybody. This will eventually get sold. Be swapping up my tractor. That's the point. I'm going to sell this power tube as well. Alright. Do a little bit of in-cab here. Whoa. Down to the market. We'll pick up our auger wagon that we purchased. Well, is it? Do logic tech. Usually I have that open. Let's go take this down to the sell it. You guys are gonna get to see more of the map now. Man, I own this field as well. But, oh crap, pig! I ran over a bear, boar. Those boars, I'm telling you, they're everywhere. Oh, that was terrifying. But I think I even hit it too. But I don't think there's any collision on the boars. So we're gonna go down here and go get the trailer unhooked. This trailer will get replaced. But I just feel better having an auger wagon. I think it'll go a little better. Especially with a tractor too. I also own this field, I think. This. Oh, that's the field. Run back. Oh, I don't own this one, do I? Oh, field 5. This one is the soybean. Look at the map. Yeah, I own 5 and that one. So soybean and I got another soybean too. To my tractor goes right. I don't own this one yet, and then we're gonna go to the Cargill facility. That's where the grain gets processed. The rail system too. That's Cargill. So I would be unloading and selling my products into those heat spaces. Oh. Back up. I missed one. I think it's still Cargill. Oh, it's Corgi Foods now. Australia, I guess. He got bought out or something. Animal dealers here. I don't know where I sell this. Sell point is a bit tight in. So don't buy a lot of stuff. Got what else in here? We got grain elevator. That's for the train. Have a few other things over here. There's a lot of sell points. There's some auger sell points here too, where I can sell this though. Well, probably right here. Oh. $66. I'm back at about 70K. Alright, well at least we're all set up here. With a new auger wagon. I will probably... Oop. Thing there. Head here. Alright, so we're going to take this directly to the field and then we'll get to work taking out the rest of the wheat field. It'll be all good. And I don't know when I'll be doing soybean. Have to see. Da, 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 da. Go here. How far off am I? Got a wee bit more distance to go. I don't know if there's crocodiles on this map. No, in 22 there was like collectible crocodile. So if you see a crocodile, just go up to it and see if you can collect it. It'll give you a little bit of money, I think. Myself, I don't do a lot of collectible collecting. I usually just jump right into the farming. If I do find a collectible, then I pick it up. Say, oh wow, look at that. Okay, so that field we just finished, so we're almost. Fill this up. Pull over here. I don't know where I'm going to park this. I'm just going to leave this right here. Back up. Yes, that worked. See if we can get all the way down the other side. Whether that'll work out or not. But once this field is done, I don't think I have anything else, so I probably will sleep trigger for sure to do whatever we need to do next. Tell you guys the truth. Make our way over there. It's interesting that they got the stop lines right there. That's crazy. Back up. Field boundary's a little bit weird. Because I'm outside of it here. Well, my header is anyways. Get to the end here, and then I think I'm doing some ups and downs. I believe. I'm going to go down the next headland though a bit. Because I did put 2 headlands on this, I've only got a single headland. Sure if I'm going to be able to turn here. Just think it'll get it all. I don't. Another one here, I think. This is going to go right to the end, I think. Better idea. Alright, cut through this, and I'll probably back up. Try to do the next trip. This down and go. So my lavender is doing better. One of my plants I had throughout the year. Excuse me. I have an English lavender plant that I bought last year. But I cut it back a little bit too much, which wasn't good, but not all of it was cut back too much. Just part of it. But it seems to be recovering a bit. with the remaining amount of material that I still had left of the original plant. So that's good. And I've got, basically, it's almost about to start flowering. I'm going to get my first harvest of lavender probably in a couple of weeks or something, I think. So that's good. I bought a second lavender plant, which is a bit smaller. That one is taking a bit more time to, I don't know, grow. So we'll have to see. So I'm hoping I'll get at least maybe a couple of harvests this year of lavender out of my plant. We'll have to see. And the plant that I got is the same type. It's another English lavender. There's a lot of oil in the entire plant. So even the stem, the flowers, all of it. Like I can touch the actual the leaf structure and the stem structure, and I can get oil on my hand a little bit, right? And it's very fragrant. So I've got 2 of those growing, and I'm hoping, well, the newer plant I'll probably get maybe 1 harvest out of it, probably. But my other plant, I'm hoping maybe I'll get 2, so I'll get like a spring harvest, and then maybe in a couple of months a second harvest, and maybe a fall harvest if I'm lucky. So, which is good. And then what I do with it is it's a tea, or I use it as a sweetener for coffee. Do that as well. Kind of great. Instead of using sugar, right? But I usually go with it. Flavorized stuff. I still have a bit of last year's lavender, actually. I didn't go through all of it. So I still have some of that left, so I probably will start using that up a little bit more. And my coffee, like that. But it's very fragrant, so. Now, most of the time, like the lavender that you get, they usually focus more on the flowers, but I use the parts of the stem too. I find that there's a lot of lavender oil in that as well. I don't know why. I think companies usually focus on the flowers because they think it, I don't know, looks better. People like looking at flowers, right? Works out. So then they probably don't bother with the stems, but the stems have a lot of oil in them too, so I don't know about that. Now, I can't say that that's the case with all lavender plants. There's difference. The other reason why I go with the English lavender is because it's a little bit more forgiving with colder weather and water. So there's another variety that I think is a Mexican variety, I think. And Greece and Italy, Italian variety, I think. So meaning that they're in more of a hotter climate. So they're more of a desert plant, but they're definitely not a plant you want to water too much. Cover. Open the cover. Oh, sad. slowly emptying out. Alright, we're empty. Up a bit. This guy goes a lot quicker than their transport truck, so. Go ahead and spin it here. Go here. So I count myself lucky yesterday. I'm pretty sure everybody across the world's probably in the same boat with gas. I went out for supper because we're doing a project. We do a lot of, we're doing a DIY project. So I decided to go out for dinner afterwards. It took a while and it was pretty warm. Wasn't really wanting to have the stove going, all of that. So we go out. I started noticing that at certain gas stations, it was like at $2.17 a liter for gas. And then there was like a few gas stations that were still at $1.84 per liter for gas fill up. I was trying to, I saw one station, figure out what the heck. So, anyways, it was very weird. I think the gas companies were a little confused a little bit because we had like two of the same brand name gas stations, but one of them was at the old price, like at 184, and then there was another one at 217 and stuff. Because where I was going, I had to pass like several different gas stations and stuff. But anyways, I did make sure that I stopped at the 184 gas station. I filled up. I was like, well, are they reducing the prices or are they increasing the prices? So I'm not taking a chance. So I filled up at 184 last week at one of the few gas stations that were at $1.84. And then today, well, they all flipped to about 217. So that's a huge jump right there. Like almost a 40-cent increase in the price. So that's crazy. So I was glad that I had gone out and did that, because I would have been exceptionally expensive to fill up the vehicle had it done. And I'm in social media account for my city, Facebook and stuff like that. And people were talking about that, like sticker shock. Definitely sticker shock. People were surprised. There were some people commenting saying that they were like too because they went and had. So, but I think the sticker shock was the massive increase. Right? That's 40 cents. Usually, I think at most we usually see about 10 cent increase. Sometimes not even that. Sometimes it's 5 cents increase. So that was a huge increase. That's a bit crazy. So, I'm not sure what it's going to be like for the summer. I'm not sure if we're on summer grade yet. I think we are switching to summer. Hard to say. But I think we will probably see some places, like if things keep the way they're going, I think it's gonna be like $3 a liter. So for regular gasoline. So I don't even want to know what the truckers are having to deal with, because that I have done a calculation on that. I know that they are probably going to be well over $3 a liter for diesel, um, which is way more expensive than what I have to put in my vehicle. There used to be a time where gasoline was worth more than diesel. So it's kind of like I had one, I think it was about last month or something. I did a calculation to figure that out. Now the other factor is farmers have to use diesel too, right? They probably use even gas well at times, so that's just crazy. But I don't complain too much, because I know that there are some countries in the world that literally aren't getting any gas, really. Um, or they're having to go on a reserve. And I know how that feels, by the way. You know that there's some places where, some countries where they're telling you you're only allowed to buy like $30 worth of gas or something like that. So, during the pandemic, we had a situation in Chilliwack. So, I've mentioned that we have a dike system, right? We're kind of surrounded by a lot of water and everything like that. So we had a large storm with a lot of rain that ended up flooding the roads, the highways. So you might have heard me talking about that on my live streams and stuff like that. And we also had the highway knocked out. So I had an entire month where I had no food coming in, or barely any food coming into my city, right? My city's just in the middle of an island, literally landlocked, right? By the fact that the major highways are just not accessible, right? So during that time, we only were allowed to buy about $30 worth of gas to put in our tanks, and we had to limit our driving habits and stuff like that. So eventually, I think our Chilliwack to Abbotsford route eventually opened up, but it still was a bit interesting because we had to get our food and our gasoline coming from the west, and west of us is, well, the ocean, pretty much. But truckers, what they had to do is, because of the mountain route wasn't available, they would have to go into, I think, Oregon. No. I don't know, Western Washington, which is our southern state. And then take their highways, US highways, and then come up and cross the border, which means that they had to use a lot more fuel to do this roundabout way, a much longer distance. So we had grocery trucks doing that. We had all of the stuff, gas trucks, all sorts of trucks doing this big longer route instead of just going all the way through Canada because of the washout there. So, but anyways, my point is that we had a moment where we had a restriction on gasoline of how much we could. That's not the case here, but the experience from it is that I do empathize with those countries that are in that. So, just hopefully we'll get everything sorted out. I know here we're working on it. I know that TMX pipeline, we've increased output, or we are working on increasing output. We brought that pipeline online, I think, was it Actually, actually, it's been in operation for about a year. Actually, so it's only recently been brought on. And that basically takes petroleum products or petro or oil from Alberta to the west coast of British Columbia and Vancouver. Before the strait was closed out, the Strait of Hormuz, obviously everybody knows what's going on there. We were never even at max capacity, so we built the pipeline. It's owned by the Canadian government. It was put into production, right? But we were never at full capacity because a lot of the oil usually goes down south, right, through other existing pipelines. And then you've got all of the other oil the way it was, right? So they are actually increasing output on it, so that is good. The other thing too that's happening, they are somewhat bringing the Keystone pipeline back up. So we had a project where we had the Keystone pipeline, which basically we built a pipeline to Montana, I think. Our side of the border, we've got all the pipeline done, so it's raring to go. We just need the rest of the pipeline in the state to be done. That will start pumping out oil, like eventually, sort of what the plan is. But it's not going to be the same plan. So as I understand it, everything was go, but Keystone was canceled by Biden, so it never progressed any further through his term. And then Trump went ahead and just, I think this past week, said, okay, yeah, we'll do this. I think he would have preferred that the entire Keystone was done, but it wasn't. So, and my understanding what they're going to do is they're going to use some of the existing pipeline that they have to try to patch that up with whatever distance that they have, and I think it's going to get pumped to Wyoming. I'm not saying that they apologize. Very good at saying that particular state. Anyways, the W state, one of the W states, Wyoming. So we'll have to watch someone talk about that state a bit more. Anyways, it's going to be there. It'll get processed. That, though, I think they said will project. I don't think it's going to get operational quickly. Probably about 3 years. I don't know. Our side of the border's done, so it's good to go. So maybe they can, in the meantime, I'll get it pumped to different locations and stuff. We do ship a lot of products on rail, so that there's that. So we do send bitumen via rail, but it's not as effective. It's not as environmentally friendly either, I guess, because if you have a car derailment, right, that can cause problems. So we have rail available. That goes east and west. So I think some materials will go by rail to the west coast and to the east coast. CP Rail owns Kansas Southern, which they bought, I think, during the pandemic as well. CN and CP were fighting over it, which are two national railways. We only have two large major rail companies really in Canada. There are some other rail networks in Canada that are more provincial or more localized and stuff like that, but our major networks are CP Rail and CN Rail. I think Kansas Southern was up for sale, I think, in 2021, I think. And CN and CP were both trying to fight over the purchase of that. So we do have that. Kansas Southern goes all the way down to Mexico. So a lot of our with the Kuzma agreement and how we ship things between, most people don't know this. People think that it's all done by trucks. There is trucking, of course, but a lot of it goes on this rail system um, from Canada, Toronto, all the way down to Mexico. So that's auto parts and all sorts of things, oil, food, grain, whatever you think of, everything we can throw on that train, we'll throw it up. So you've got that as well. Keep in mind, so some of those rail networks will probably be sending oil that way. They can go to Florida. They can go. Mexico has their own oil as well, by the way. They refine a lot of oil. Not many people talk about that. But they also have refineries. So there's a lot of production going, I think, in North America. And some of it goes out. PMX pipeline, like I said, that usually pumps a lot of oil over. China will bring over oil tankers. They'll fill up the West Coast. Take it there. They have their own refineries, by the way. People probably don't know that, but have refineries. We have, like, I think Canada, a very few. We export the raw stuff. And I think Australia might actually import oil from us. So we got all sorts of people coming for oil. Crazy. But anyways, like I said, a lot of it is getting produced. And things are happening. At least with Canada. And there's other countries too, right? That are looking at alternatives. There's a lot of countries that had shut down refining. I think New Zealand and Australia have refineries that they had shut down. Bring back, right? I'm not mistaken. And then Indonesia as well, Norway. Just have to wait. We have Newfoundland as well on the East Coast, where they're bringing oil platforms back on, I think, St. John, yes. So everybody's like refocusing or readjusting it all. So I think it's kind of interesting. But one thing I will say, it's going to take time. So even if you hear someone saying, well, we're going to build a new pipeline, right? Don't expect results right away. Like they can't just, throw a couple of pipes in the ground and say, here we go, right? It takes time to build these types of projects. To get things moving, pumping. Whatnot. I think most people probably understand that, but there might be some people that aren't in a, oil producing nation. They might not know, like they might hear the good news and say, oh, look, a project has been approved or something like that. But keep in mind that some of these projects take a little bit of time. Especially building refineries, infrastructure, that, right? So just keep that in mind. Get the rest of this stuff here. Fertilizers, I think, will be a bit better, I think. I know people are worried about fertilizer. We make a lot of fertilizers, but it's not the same as all other fertilizers, but farmers might be able to substitute, right? The only downside to that is that you might have to switch, your equipment out, but that's probably the harder part. I would think having to swap out, crops, stuff like that. I'm not a farmer, I'm not an expert, but I tip my hat to Laura Farms, who's an American farmer who does YouTube channels. I'm pretty sure everybody has heard of Laura Farms. She explains and brings, brass tacks of what some of it would mean from her perspective as a farmer. There's also, what is it, Cole the Corn Star. I watch him too. He's the young guy that runs the farm. And he's really good at breaking down everything, right? Explaining the exact, I guess, frustrations of what a farmer has to deal with, right? A lot of farmers get criticized because they get told, oh, well, it must be nice to have like a $2 million forage harvester or a combine or something like that, right? Which is probably a good thing, but at the same time, do they get really ahead, right? And that's not really the case, right? I think Cole the Corn Star, right? I watched one of his videos, like I think about 3 years ago, and he was doing a budget to buy new equipment, stuff like that, and this stuff was like really expensive, right? And also outlining, the budget for the farm, everything like that. At the beginning of the video, which means the beginning of the season, he showed how much money he had, right? Obviously, it was a lot of money. I can't really give you an exact figure, but it was a lot, right? Like in the millions, right? It's like, holy crap, you're a millionaire, right? And by the end of the video, which by real time, it fast forwarded like after harvest season. I think they were in the negative. But then he explained how the subsidy system works, where, the government will subsidize farmers for producing crops and stuff like that. So, and he was pretty much in the hole big time at the end of the day. But the point of the video, as I remember it, he was trying to explain the importance of government subsidies for U.S. farmers, and that without them, farmers wouldn't be in business. That's basically what he's saying. So I was like, holy crap. Okay. And then, of course, most farmers, as they say, well, it's a family business, right? It's got to be really in your blood to be a farmer, I guess, is the thing goes with it. It was definitely a wake-up call. And I don't know, between him and also Laura Farms, I watch both of their channels quite a bit. Because they actually take the time to break down in a simple way the costs and stuff like that of what it means to run a farm or even a project for that matter, right? Farmers are always looking for ways to reduce costs or recoup costs. So, like Laura Farms is building a pond on her farm, right? Which she wants to put fish in there and she wants to use it for a water source, right? And so far, they have purchased an excavator, they have purchased a wheel loader, they have a bulldozer. I think the last episode I saw, they got a bulldozer. And it's old equipment too, it's not like new. equipment that has been sitting on the farm for quite a while. So her husband Grant has to go out there and has to fix it. Some of this equipment, user stuff like that. So they're taking a bit of a risk with what they get. Usually they they go through the whole process checklist, right? They have their own kit. They've got like a battery pack, they've got wrenches, they got fluids and all sorts of stuff. So they go out there and they're prepared. Now, of course, that adds cost to it, but what was interesting to recoup costs for the project, because they're taking soil out, right? Or, material, aggregate material, soil, mainly soil. What they ended up doing to recoup costs is to find a way to sell that material, because it's good farm soil. So they were explaining how they budget that, and they ended up, recouping most of what they had spent on equipment. I don't think they covered man hours though. Not sure. I think that aspect of it, I think, was free on part. I can't remember her breakdown. I don't think she ever did that. So I do think one video she said, well, she works on it on her free time. So yeah. So there's no cost recoup there, well, for labor anyways. But she doesn't have anyone hired, right? It's just her and her husband Grant that do the work, right? But it's coming along nicely. I haven't watched her most recent video. I'm probably behind a couple. That's the plan. How they do. But they recently got a bulldozer, which I think is helping. They started out with an excavator, which I guess isn't too bad. And then they had a wheel loader too. So they were using the wheel loader to dig into the ground, which really isn't effective. I mean, you can do some stuff. Usually you want to use a wheel loader for filling, right? Excavator, I think you would use more or less for like carving out the side and stuff like that, like depth, I think. But if you really want to push material around, you get a bulldozer. Finally got a bulldozer in the last year, so nothing too big or anything. It was an old. I'm not sure which model. It was a John Deere. Truth. So they got that, and I was like, okay, now we're talking. You're gonna get your pond done quick. I even commented on that video. I said to her, I said, you're giving me some inspiration for my farming simulator videos and stuff like that. So, which was pretty funny. She gave me a thumbs up on comment. I don't know if she plays Farm Sim or not, but pretty sure she knows what it is. But like, I'm not a farmer. I don't farm. But I said, you're giving me some inspiration on how I can improve my farming game. That's hilarious. So, whether she knows that you can do terraforming in Farm Sim, I don't know. But anyways, I had to take the opportunity to comment on the video. Mentioned. It's kind of hilarious. back up. Still in here. So I'll have to take a. I'm gonna have to take a moment to try to find that video. Check to see what it's about. I watch a lot of content. I just don't do farm sim stuff. Sometimes I do other things I watch. There's another farmer that raises cattle, sort of. Well, it's kind of like a hobby farm. Yeah, I think the channel's called Rufus. It's Rufus channel. I'm a bit behind on watching that too. But it's real cows, real bulls. He's got bulls and he's got different cow varieties, right? Here, mostly beef. There's an Angus, and then there's I don't know, the fancy limousine thing. I don't know. There's a few different cows. He has 2 bulls. He's got Rufus and Redford, and there's a baby bull too, but I forget the baby bull's name. He's not fully that. He's still baby, right? But he takes the time to explain how their habits are and stuff like that. And they like to eat sweets too, like moon pie, which is kind of like, I don't know, a pastry thing that humans usually eat, which here's I thought of that. I thought cows or bulls. Anyway. They do. But I think what I liked about the video, or one of the videos, or a couple of the videos, I know he's done it on more than one video, the farmer, is he talks about the vision of the cow, right? And it's kind of astonishing, or the cow or the bull, mainly bull, I guess, or probably both. You have to be right behind the bull to get out of its peripheral vision, or its ability to see you, which is kind of amazing. So you could be behind it, so it has almost like a 360 degree division. I would probably say maybe it's like a 350. So it's missing about maybe even less, maybe 10 to 5% that it's missing. And the easy way to see whether the cow is or the bull is watching you is if you go right behind it. Not like right behind it. Obviously you don't want to get kicked, but you can be a fair distance back, but you'll be able to see where the cow loses its vision on you, because it's always going to watch you, right? That's how it is. But to tell, it'll turn its head, so you'll see it just keeping its head forward, and then as you get slowly behind it, you'll eventually see it turn its head, right? And he said as long as you can see the cow's eyeball from your perspective, it will be able to see you, essentially. So if you're ever dealing with a cow or a bull or something, that's something to be aware of. Anyways, I thought it was interesting. And then he talks about the cows, feeding of the cows, stuff like that. Mainly the focus is on the bulls. I guess because people don't really know much about bulls. How they interact and stuff, and how he interacts with that. Kind of interesting. I think the bulls are because he raised them both. They're very used to him. And I don't know. He says that the thing is they like the rough house, right? And they don't understand what kind of impact that they would have on a person. So he has to still be cautious, even though that he's raised bulls for birth or whatever. It's kind of interesting. So I watch his episode. His wife goes on the show too, and I think his daughter and I think his son, right? And he's trying to teach his daughter and son how to be mindful around bulls or cattle, and pointing out, you know, what their mistakes are and what they're doing right, so, stuff like that. Kind of interesting. Just sort of learn all sorts of things by watching these different channels and stuff like that. So that's what I've been watching mainly, I think. Last while or whatever. We're almost done in that field. I got probably a lot more close to back up here. Go grab the John Deere. I just get into a tangent and just start talking. And it makes I think things go a lot quicker when you're trying to do your farm work. Alright, let's go over here. Alright, let's unload here. Oops, I need that turned on. I did not know the case harvester made a beep beep noise. Oh, what else? Let's get this on here. Back through here. As for politics, we've had some interesting things happen in Canada. Let's see, we've got a majority government for our first time by an unantiquated way. Some people will criticize it or just chalk it up as a win. I'll take it up as a chalk it up as a win. We have different political parties and stuff like that, right? We have what's called members of parliament. And then we also have members of parliament. They hold a seat, right? By our laws, they can use the discretion to change parties if they want. So usually, I think in the United States and other countries, I'm not sure. Maybe there's other countries that think they can't have the same. I don't know. But anyways, we don't have any laws that prevent members of parliament switching parties. So we had a minority government, which means that originally Prime Minister Carney had, I don't know, enough seats to govern, but other parties could you know, knock his legislation out the door, I guess, if they wanted to, if they didn't agree with it, right? Which means that we go to an election. So, anyways, I'll talk a bit about that a little bit in a bit, because I don't want to get off topic too much here. Anyways, so we had a couple of conservative members, and I think a new Democrat Party member move over. They basically left their party and they decided to join the Liberal Party, which gave Prime Minister Carney and the Liberals a majority. So you have a majority in place. Some people will say yay and some will say nay. I don't know. Anyways, the benefit to him is that he can get his legislation moving a little bit better, a bit smoother. So I guess that's a good thing, right? I don't know, depending on where you fit on the spectrum. So that's a first, basically. We have had floor crossers in the past. Most people, I mean, it's always happened. But the thing is that I think why it's so controversial right now is the fact that there's only a certain number of seats, right? Sorry. In the past, it wasn't really a big impact, is what it is. Either the party had a majority, massive majority, and it didn't really matter. There's probably about maybe, I think, 74 crossings since Canada was country, I guess. I don't know. I think I did a count or I researched it, right? So it does happen. It's not like it doesn't happen, but it does happen. Just look it up, Google it. Anyways, so it's always been a thing. The only reason why it became controversial or an issue now is that we have a minority government that gained majority from it, which is a first. So, there you go. Right? People get a little riled up on it because it changes the rules a little bit, right? But it goes through either way. So that's a first. We also have a new Governor General. I forget her name. So Mary Simon is no longer the Governor General. So we had that swapped out, I think, today. Usually a Governor General will stay in power for about 5 years. It's an appointed position. So as most people know, our head of state is King Charles, right? And as everybody knows, he resides in England. So in order for, the role of the king to be, made present either in the legislature or at the provincial level or in parliament, he has to have representation. So at the state level, like a governor or whatever, I think that there's some sort of legislature or whatnot. Well, we have that at the provincial levels. So you'll have like a lieutenant governor that would represent the king in any factors that he needs to be a role in at the state legislature level or provincial level. Kind of going back and forth because I know that not many countries use province as a term. So there's that. Then you've got at the federal level, which is where the Prime Minister operates. You need a representative there, so the king would have the Governor General. So in fact, the Governor General would act as the head of state. Okay, so she has been assigned to the position. We've got a new one of them. She'll probably be in the role for probably about 5 years. How long it lasts. Then we usually get a new appointment. A new person gets appointed in the role. Sort of how it works. So we had that happen today. So kind of interesting. So we'll see. She has, let me see. She has been a previously um, a Supreme Court judge. So our Supreme Court judges usually last till the age of 75 and have to retire. Right. So she has done that. What else? I think she was a chief prosecutor for the International Criminal Court, I think. So she has a bit of international um, judicially influenced as well. She's from Quebec and she speaks French and English fluently. What else? She has had some engagement with the UN for Canada as well. But she's definitely very, law oriented and everything like that, which is kind of interesting. Her name is Louise Arbor. So kind of an interesting lady. I think it's fantastic. The other thing too is we're kind of up for, like I mentioned, with the 75 years of age, right? With Supreme Court judges. The Governor General has the ability to appoint Supreme Court judges. So, in her 5-year tenure time, we're going to probably see probably 3 Supreme Court justices be replaced, or because they'll have to retire. So I think that's one of the reasons why Prime Minister Carney had probably chosen her to, advise on his selection. So it's better to have someone that understands the law, understand international affairs a bit more. I think she has a much larger, robust profile for what she's doing, I guess, as Governor General. Now, everyone will say, well, she doesn't get to choose, right? There has been, everyone says, well, it's just a symbolic role, right? Which in the past has sort of been true. But I don't think she's going to be just that. I think, honestly, she's going to have a little bit more input. Obviously, the Prime Minister will still have more say, right? In the mood. But I think that she is going to be an advisor to him, I think, in that. Because of her law background, to replace those Supreme Court justices in Canada. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. And those Supreme Court justices are going to be very important, because the other topic that I'm going to talk about is Alberta separation. And I'll give a little bit more information on that as well, because it's progressing. So in Canada, you can separate. So in our Constitution, we have the Clarity Act. We're the only country in the world where pieces of our country can actually separate with a legal system and a law system all intact. I'm not going to explain the whole thing, but if you want to know more, look up the Clarity Act of Canada and stuff like that, right? So we have Alberta, which does have a referendum movement happening. They want to go independent, so we could probably see a country of Alberta down the road. Right? So I'm not going to get into the whole nitty-gritty on too much on that. You guys can look it up online. I'm just going to give at least some information on it, at least a little bit, from what I see and stuff. So I think we're probably going to need a lot of people that are exceptionally good with the Constitution in place, because that fit in with that. Um, in a nutshell, the Constitution would have to be redone for Canada. Um, there's probably a lot of stuff with Alberta if it did separate, right? Um, they would have to create their own constitution, which would be pretty much their problem. um, there's a lot of speculation on that, so I'm not going to go too much on that. What I will say is that in order for how it works and what has happened, at least through most of 2025, what has happened is it is a public initiative, and they do have basically what happens is they need to get a certain number of a petition going to get a referendum underway. So the signature count, I think they just recently submitted that this week too. So that's another political point for the week. I think they did that, but yesterday they got about 300,000 votes for that to happen. Internationally, so if you're like not in North America, I think the United States has heard some of it. I think Fox News has talked about it. CNN, I don't know if they talk too much about it. But France 24 has talked about this referendum. Now that the count is in there, like the petition is there, you're probably going to start hearing more stuff if you like in Europe and everything like that. Probably start hearing a little bit of stuff about it coming through about the petition count. So I think they needed about 177,000 and change, I think, to get the petition to be looked at. So they have the numbers, I guess. I think they hit about 300,000, so that's double. So we'll have to see what happens there exactly. So what happens is once they get the signatures, that's a, like a public initiated thing. So you'd have to be a person to do that, right? It's not done by a government representative. Go out to get the signatures that they need to meet that mandate, and then they need to hand it over to Elections Alberta, in this case, for your local provincial state electorate to handle the counting of it, to make sure that it's all legit, to provide ID, to provide a lot of information to prove who you are, make sure that there's no duplication and stuff like that. So all of that has been handed over to Elections Alberta. The count will not happen just yet. Currently, there is a judicial system going on here, or there is a trial going on. There are some First Nations that are opposed to the separation and is indicating that the referendum is in violation to their treaty rights. So the judge has put a stop on that. So the counting won't happen until that ruling is finished. So that's pretty much where that is sitting as we speak right now. So we'll have to see what happens. That judge has got her work cut out for her. Because there's nothing about this that has ever happened. We have had referendums in the past. Quebec has done 2 referendums in the past. I think they got close to about 50% of the population, but then it didn't make it. So we'll have to see what happens there. I guess that never materialized. So right now, with First Nations, they're looking at that as well, because we have the Indian Act, we have the treaties that they signed. From their point of view, is with the Crown. So they're like, well, this chunk of land goes away, right? What happens to our breeding rights, right? So that's what they're looking at. You guys can look that up. There's a ton of it on that. I'm not going to get into that because that's a whole heap of stuff that's controversial and everything. So look it up, do your own research, look at it. I'm not going to jump into that. Just giving you guys the nuts and bolts of what's going on, right? So we have that going on at the moment, and we'll just have to see. If they get the signatures and they get all, everything counted up, they'll go into campaign mode. The independents or separatists, whatever you call it, and flip-flop, whichever way you want to go. They will need to go into campaign mode and convince, a reasonable amount of the population to choose to vote yes for separation. Most people probably, the UK probably, people from the UK will know what a referendum vote is. Other countries probably too. Anyways, if you don't, you can look it up. Basically, it's usually, a citizen initiative. Whenever a government can't make a decision on something, they put it to the citizen to make a decision what to do, right? So usually it starts up a petition, and if the petition has enough signatories to make it happen, then it goes to a vote. So then the government doesn't have to actually make a decision. It put towards the people to say, yeah, this is what we want, or this is not what we want, right? So that's what's going to end up happening here, I guess. Granted that it doesn't infringe on First Nation, but right. If it does happen, the judge says it's fine, right? Probably by October, the Alberta government will probably put it at a vote or referendum. So what would happen is everybody in the province of Alberta would have to go, that's a registered voter, would need to go out and vote whether they want to separate or stay, is how it's going to work. After that, it becomes more complex. So, and like I said, if it does pass, that would be a first, right? We'll just have to see what happens at that point. I don't know what to say on that, so I could talk on it, but I think what I'll do is I'll just maybe update you guys on another live stream. If we get to that stage, there's no point talking about it now. But if anyone does want to look up more about how that would work out, you just look up the Clarity Act of Canada and you'll have a better idea, or watch a YouTube video or something, right? I mean, it's a pretty crazy process. After the vote, the Clarity Act will kick in, and there's a whole whack of procedures. If we get to that stage with this, or whatever it may be, if it does, I'll probably talk about it a little bit more. But right now, I just don't see him talking about it. So we'll get there. I would prefer Alberta stay in Canada, in case anyone wants to know my point of view on it. There's a lot of people upset about it. I would probably say I'm not too thrilled about Alberta leaving. But I'm not going to knock down independent people are seeking their independence. It's a democratic process, right? But I'm only mentioning it because it's interesting. It's a first, right? Probably the third time a referendum goes through, or a referendum process gets initiated in Canada. As for anyone that's not in North America, or even U.S. citizens probably don't understand what it is, but like I said, it is a real thing. and it is part of our Constitution that parts of a citizen-initiated referendum could take a chunk of Canada away, right? We're the only country in the world that has that in our Constitution. So I think that's the interesting part of it. People can debate whether they like it or not, right? But it's interesting. It's a fact. It's an interesting fact, right? I think I'm only mentioning it because people don't have that option in their country, right? Other countries have to go to war in order to separate, right? And there are conflicts over that, right? We see that with so many countries that just go to war because they don't like the other people in the country, right? So we're the one country that has a democratic process for that. So maybe it's a you can take it any grain of salt you want to take it as a good thing or a bad thing. But it's just part of Canada and the way it is, I guess. How's the farming so far tonight? It's going well. Almost got this one field done. I'm talking about some of our political stuff in Canada that I've been updating people. Let people know. I'm kind of, it's interesting because I do like politics. And it's unique to Canada. Like in some countries, you wouldn't even consider pieces of land to be separated unless there was an armed conflict. But we have a peaceful, well, reasonably peaceful way of doing that in our country, which is unique, right? No other country would even fathom having a political process for a chunk of a country to be separated, right? Other countries have split apart, right? It has happened, but like I said, it's either conflict or the UN has stepped in or something like that. So, well, it's unique to Canada, so we do have that ability in Canada. So, Missouri, like as an example, because you said you're from Missouri, right? If you were Canadian, Missouri residents could stay, in theory, let's say you had the same constitution as us in the United States. You as a Missouri resident could say, well, I want Missouri to be a separate country. I don't want to be a part of the United States, right? That's what our Constitution gives the ability to do, so people could vote and go through the process of doing it. Which is probably a very weird thing for people to even think of, right? I think most U.S., especially in the United States, well, actually any country really, but I know U.S. citizens are usually pretty patriotic. I was like, yeah, you can't separate? What the heck are you talking about? How do you do that, right? But in Canada, we have that ability, so it's kind of interesting. Have we had Canada separate? You know, legitimately? No, it hasn't happened. But like I said, a part of Canada is working through that process. I guess that's all I can say. But I'll keep people updated as things go on. The process is so complicated. I'm not going to go and spell it all out. Just too much. But people can research it on. I'll probably provide more updates on it as it develops, because I don't really want to have to, repeat myself 50 times, I guess. And it is very complicated. So as things develop, we'll probably explain it in other live streams or whatever. But I like politics, especially if it's interesting. Especially Canadian politics, right? I know a lot about the U.S. politics and other country politics, I'm starting to learn about EU politics. I watched some videos on that, how the European Union works. I don't feel comfortable talking about the European politics because I don't know enough, but I watch a little bit of it. You think everyone's government works the same, but it doesn't. There's similarities always, but they all operate different. Um, and I don't know. I get just like about it. I still got a lot to learn about U.S. politics. Understanding how the different structures work and that. And then try to understand it and relate it to Canadian politics while learning Canadian politics structure, stuff like that. I think there's some advantages to U.S. politics. The one thing I don't like about U.S. politics is if you can't. I noticed that with the U.S., if you can't come to a decision, like a budget or whatever, like the whole country shuts down or the government structure services shut. That would just drive me bonkers. I know that usually upsets a lot of U.S. citizens. We don't have that happen. So like if the Senate or whoever can't make a decision, like they say, oh well, we're angry at each other. We can't get this legislation passed, right? How it works in Canada is if a budget doesn't pass in our government, what happens is we go to an election, right? And essentially what we're saying is in Canada, oh, well, if you can't get legislation passed, you're not doing your job right. So we're going to fire you and we're going to elect the government in that can do the job. That's how it works in Canada, pretty much. So all the politicians get fired and we go to an election and we have to vote a new government in, right? And services still continue on. So I don't know. I think we did experience that. We had government prorogued. That's the terminology. Prorogation. And we can even, I think we even ran without a budget. So I don't know. For some reason, our system is a little bit more versatile. So people still get their, medical checks, their disability checks, whatever they need, right? The government just doesn't come to a standstill. I think that's the real gripe that I have. I think I think that stresses out the population. And we did have prorogation, I think, last year. It didn't really affect it too much. Just basically went to an election, put a new government in, and voila, here we are. I think works a little bit better. I like that idea. Instead of a bunch of politicians arguing while people are waiting for checks that they rely on. There's some other things too in Canadian government. We don't elect a prime minister, we elect a party. Whichever party gets in power is like the leader of that party ends up being prime minister. But even the party could kick the prime minister out, right? That can happen, and we did see that happen. That's why they switched from Trudeau over to Mark Carney. So, prime minister isn't permanent. Something out the brain here. Yeah, Canadian politics is interesting. The things that we do in Canada is just different. So I usually try to share at least some of that information with people. Not everybody likes politics, though. But I never really talk too much about politics, my live streams, because there wasn't really anything really interesting to talk about. But we've got so many things happening right now that are like, you know, crazy, right? And I just decided to talk a bit about it without getting into heated debate or anything, because I know politics pisses people off. People don't like talking about politics. Get mad. But as of late, I've been trying to at least educate people about Canadian politics a little bit, and what's happening here and everything like that, because there is some pretty interesting things, literally. Very interesting things that are happening in Canada. Whether it's right or wrong, I'm not gonna say, but it's just the things that are happening is like interesting. Like, wow, this is different. There's a lot of firsts happening and things like that. And we do things, like I said, literally, our Constitution is very different than most places in the world. I was going to talk about provincial politics because there's a lot of stuff happening in my province that I want to talk about, but I think I'm kind of politicalized out. Might say that for me live, because we do a lot of interesting things in British Columbia, which is our province state, right? That probably isn't done anywhere else in the world. Maybe some of it is done in other parts of it, sort of. I'll leave that up to you guys to decide. Anyways, we're gonna get the John Deere back over to the farm. Give my throat a rest on the political chit chat. I've got the grain done. I usually like to use long-winded conversations or topics like that for when I'm doing harvest. Now I'm actually doing something else. Go in and empty grain hopper. I should have dumped it into the truck, to tell you the truth. I got all the weed out. Here, I got a water tower stuff. Probably gonna have to feed the. Actually, do I have chicken? I gotta go feed the chickens then. Correct. The heck is that? We got like rock there. I think I have chickens back here. I don't know if I can get through. Why did the... Oh, that's too small. There's like wagon wheels here that are blocking the entrance. Have greenhouses. I've got... Oh, I heard a frog. I don't think I have. It's a little bit of a weird... Oh. There we go. Need to get water in here too, I guess. Turn it around. Add it. Might have to buy some chicken. We have honey coming out. Here we had a bee spot. Or have a pallet of honey. I'll have to put some water into the greenhouse. Don't have a water trailer. I don't have chickens yet in there. But we have a rock picker. Two other things. Don't think I have a water trailer. We have a fertilizer. Oh wait, I still got stuff in here, don't I? Maybe I'll just leave this in here for now. There, don't have a water. A water truck at some point. Just double check it here. Got some really small equipment. Lots of room in here. Alright, well, let's start selling some of the grain. Have a lot of it. We're going to take it to Cargill. Actually, I think it's called something else. To be very careful here. How are we doing for time? I'll probably go for another 15-minute live stream. So I'll probably get like 1 or 2 loads now, I guess. I got 228,000 liters a week. And then I still have soybean to sell. Interesting. So that'll be a cash crop. I got 2 and what do I have? A canola too. Canola. Probably going to sell the canola as well. So just making as much money as I can initially, because I only started with 100,000. So that'll be the plan. So I got about 80,000 liters. Cap this. Take this down to Cargill. I'm definitely going to have to upgrade my truck though. Point. This is a lot of weight. Just do a wide swing here. I'll have to be a bit careful when I pull in the Cargill. I'm still used to like the 4X version because there's a lot more space, right? Which is in, I don't know, Farming Simulator 22. So I'm gonna have to just in the 4X version, there's more space and everything. It's a little bit wider and everything. Even this road is a little tight. But and then the 16X version, that's even larger. More space with that too. The layout is still the same with each of the map for the most part. It's just that on the 4X version and 16X versions in 22, there was wider roads and I don't know, a little bit more detail. What else was there? More room at the shop, because as you noticed on this version, it's a little bit more congested. If a 16X version or a 4X version gets released, I'll probably jump on at some point. Just to compare this map, the 2X version compared to the 4X 6 version. So this map, I don't think has a lot of production. So like I said, it's a very simple map. More focused on, that's what I own. There's none here. You have to put your own production down. But it's mainly focused on, like, I don't know, the actual basic farming aspects. I don't even think there's any animals. Yeah, I've only got the chicken coop. To buy some chickens for that. So if you're just interested in doing just like grain crops and field work, it's very simple for that. So this is probably not like my normal map that I do. Like I said, I'm taking a wee break from PV servers. As you know, which is probably maybe a lot, maybe it's not so much a wee break, because as you guys know, on the rivers there's like so many productions. You can get burnt out on production. So if you want something simple, right, just focused on doing the farm, so much production focus. Now, am I gonna have a problem getting in here? I don't know how I get to. Have to turn around this building here. Yeah, the yard is this way. Authorized vehicles. I'm going in here. This is the grain yard, which is going. Over. Not sure if I can. Did we have what happened here? Go straight. I'm stuck. I'm not sure what I'm hitting. I see. I'm gonna have a problem here. There we go. I'm out now. I'm gonna have to go wider. And there's a post there too. Crikey. Come on. Kidding. I want this fence gone. Hey. I probably do. Okay, we made it through, everybody. Just be mindful of the fence. Did I hit another fence? How many fences are in here? A fence. Hitting something. What? It's holes? I'm gonna go this way. Yeah, I'm hitting like holes or something. Just don't have the momentum. I might have to detach one of the trailers. This is a lot of weight. Gonna There's like a soil or something here. Just a lot of weight. If I had a better truck, maybe I could do it. Just a lot of weight. Hopefully I get a lot of money from it. Even this is a lot of weight. So just be mindful. I don't know what I'm driving on here, but this is very soft stuff. Oh, stuff. Don't be pulling like 3 trailers at once. Alright. Just fit this. Sure if I'll get enough to buy something amazing, but hit you. I got about 17,000 for that, so I'll get about 30. I'm at about 100. Another 17K. I'm gonna leave this here. I'll pull the other trailer through. It's a bit rocky, stony, whatever you want to call it. This is stuck. Yeah. Probably want to go to the left here. There's pit holes here. I have a feeling if I might bring, because I got Terraform, I can probably fix these holes whenever I get rich. I only started with like 100K on this map. using the equipment that I have. I just hope you that out. Whoa! Okay. What I'm going to do... Oh my god. Actually, you know what I might do? Just take this trailer out. I probably should have taken that one out too. Because this is such a small fence, so... Something like that. And then I'm going to back in and get the other trailer. I probably should have just drove that or taken the trailer. So, go figure. I don't. Man. Here. And then I can just back up into that trailer. All right, let's get the road train to the farm. All right, pedal to the ground, pedal to the metal. Off we go. So I'm at 148K, which is good. Get this back to the farm, parked probably right in front of the grain silo. As it should be. Like I said, the canola is going to be sold. I'm going to sell like all the grain. Maybe I'll keep a little bit of wheat. Sort of plan. Because I do want to get chickens going. Because that's the only animals that I have. I'll need to get a water trailer too. Don't have a water. Do a wide turn. Don't hit the stop sign. And trying to make this around the corner. Which is pretty Pretty sharp. That tree I'm probably going to chainsaw out of here. There we go. We made it. What else do we have? Did I bring the combine back? No, I didn't. Both trucks here. I thought I brought the combine. I don't think I did. It's parked way down here somewhere, probably. Or maybe I did bring it back. Hopefully I emptied it out. Oh, combine's still here. We'll hook it up to that. A little bit of crop damage on that one field. Not too bad. Fixed it though. There we go. Bacon. Stuck on the come on. All right. Gonna get this back and parked. I think I do have a spot where I can spray it. I think it's the water sprayer. Water compressor. Get it into the yard and then we should be fine. But here. Okay, where's the water? Maybe I don't have one. Oh, there it is. Because I don't think I'll be using this quite yet again. Probably park it like this. works out great. Jump over here because I got stuck in the wall. I'm not sure we have any in here. Herbicide. We have liquid fertilizer. So that's good. What else do we have? This is seed. I have an empty silo. I guess you could probably put like lime in too. Looks like I have to buy lime. I have a water tower. My water. And my grain. Sure if it's tell me how much in there. Oh, here we go. 147,000 liters left. Bring the John Deere back. Yes. Over here we have planter, a seeder. Don't know what this is. Cultivator. Planter. This. I don't know why I have two seeders. That might be a weeder. Anyways, and then a roller setup. Anyways, we are at what? 4 hours live stream. I think that's pretty good. Awesome. Got that, at least the wheat done. A little bit of it sold. What is tomorrow? I can do canola. Harvest the canola. Next, what else did I have? Soybeans. I'd have to wait a while to do the soybeans. Not till like next year, I guess. Kind of makes me a little. Oh, wait. October's harvest. There's and harvest season here. Next in September, I would do another wheat planting. My canola. Oh, I have to do canola too. I guess I can't forward. Can't fast forward time. Where's my canola field? Is this one canola? Oh, not. Confused. Over here. Yeah, that's canola. So I guess I'll be doing that next stream. In the 2 hours that I have in game for that. So I'll be grinding pavement to get the canola done. And so thank you everybody for hanging out with me. I had Jody in here, Nick joined me, I had Jess, probably a bunch of other people joined, perhaps. Thank you everybody. See you guys all next one. There you go.